You're listening to The Corbett Report. CorbettReport.com.
Never before could we really look at our children and say, you could be the next president.
The feeling most people get when they hear a Barack Obama speech, I felt this thrill going up my leg. I mean, I don't have that too often.
It felt like the bureaucracy of government had taken all of our hope away, and it feels like it's back.
Change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will.
Yes, we can.
Louder.
Yes, we can.
Louder.
Yes, we can.
Louder.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
Speaking with the hubris and complete inversion of reality that has defined his entire political career, Obama ends his time in office exactly as he started it, lying through his teeth.
I am very proud of the fact that we will, knock on wood, leave this administration without significant scandal.
But this lie about a scandal-free presidency is especially galling because it encapsulates all of the lies of the past 8 years. In reality, as even a cursory examination of the record demonstrates, the administration of President Barack Obama has been nothing but 8 years of unrelenting lies and scandals. There were the big lies.
I taught the Constitution for 10 years. I believe in the Constitution, and I will obey the Constitution of the United States. We're not going to use signing statements as a way of doing an end run around Congress.
Well, that was candidate Obama then. This is President Obama now. He just issued a signing statement on Friday attaching it to the 2011 budget bill. In fact, he has issued nearly 20 such signing statements since taking office.
There were the bigger lies.
When there's a bill that ends up on my desk as president, you, the public, will have 5 days to look online and find out what's in it before I sign it, so that you know what your government's doing.
Speaker, in order to try to figure out what we're doing, how much damage the country, I tried to get a copy of the bill. We have out here on the table 2454 that has 1,090 pages in it, but I've understood since debate in here that there's another 300 pages that were added in the middle of the night. My inquiry is, how do I get a copy of the other 300 pages that people here on the floor hadn't had a chance to read or see?
But we have to pass the bill so that you can find out what is in it away from the fog of the controversy.
There were the brazen lies.
You can keep your plan if you are satisfied with it. If you like the plan you have, you can keep it. If you like your plan and you like your doctor, you won't have to do a thing. You keep your plan. If you like your health care plan, you'll be able to keep your health care plan. If you've got health insurance, you can keep it.
But for the average person, many of folks who don't have health insurance initially, they're going to have to make some choices, and they might end up having to switch doctors.
The lies from his first months in office.
But if you are ready for change, then we can go ahead and tell the lobbyists their days of setting the agenda in Washington are over. They have not funded my campaign, they will not run my White House, and they will not drown out the voices of the American people when I'm president of the United States of America.
Just this weekend, the New York Times published a list of names, a rather long list of names of people who are working on Obama's transition team or who have accepted jobs in his White House, who are either former lobbyists or who have close ties to lobbyists.
The lies from his first day in office.
Let me say it as simply as I can. Transparency and the rule of law will be the touchstones of this presidency. This is the most transparent administration in history.
Originally scheduled to be bestowed on the president in a publicly scheduled ceremony at the White House during Sunshine Week, that ceremony was canceled at the last moment, and the award, supposedly a token of praise for Obama's stated commitment to government openness, was itself bestowed on the president in a secret, off-the-record meeting to which the press was not invited.
One of the other things we discovered on this Sunshine Week, in addition to Not only are they exempting themselves from FOIA requests, but the Obama administration sets even a new record for denying and censoring government files.
And the lies from before he was even in office.
President, could you please react to the reports of secret government surveillance of phones and internets? And can you also assure Americans that the government, your government, doesn't have some massive secret database of all their personal online information and activities?
Yeah. When I came into this office, I made two commitments that are more important than any commitment I make. Number one, to keep the American people safe. And number two, to uphold the Constitution. I will provide our intelligence and law enforcement agencies with the tools they need to track and take out the terrorists without undermining our Constitution and our freedom. The programs that have been discussed over the last couple of days in the press are secret in the sense that they're classified, but they're not secret in the sense that when it comes to telephone calls, every member of Congress has been briefed on this program. That means no more illegal wiretapping of American citizens. What the intelligence community is doing is looking at phone numbers and durations of calls. No more national security letters to spy on citizens who are not suspected of a crime. No more tracking citizens who do nothing more than protest a misguided war. What the intelligence community is doing is looking at phone numbers and durations of calls. No more ignoring the law when it is inconvenient, but by sifting through this so-called metadata, they may identify potential leads with respect to folks who might engage in terrorism.
But despite the endless litany of broken promises that Obama has left in his wake, his most striking betrayals of the public's trust weren't lies at all. Instead, the strange mass hysteria that surrounded his ascent to the Oval Office, that hope and change delirium that swept up untold millions, caused others to project their ideas and ideals onto him. Suddenly he was being anointed as a man of peace before making a single, substantive action.
God morgen, good morning. Den norske Nobelkomité har bestemt at Nobels fredspris for 2009 skal tildeles president Barack Obama for hans ekstraordinære innsats for å styrke internasjonalt diplomati og mellomfolkelig samarbeid. The Norwegian Nobel Committee has decided that the Nobel Peace Prize for 2009 is to be awarded to President Barack Obama for his extraordinary efforts to strengthen international diplomacy and cooperation between peoples.
As farcical as that announcement seemed at the time, how much more galling does it seem now, after Peace Prize Obama has gone down in the history books as the first and only president in U.S. history to be at war every single day of his 8-year administration. Indeed, for people around the world, Obama will be defined by the wars of imperial aggression that he waged across 7 different theaters during his time in office. There was the war in Afghanistan, now the longest ever military engagement in the history of the United States. October 7th, 2016 marks the 15th anniversary of the invasion and occupation of Afghanistan by US-led NATO forces. 15 years since the bombs began raining down on the country. 15 years of drone strikes and civilian massacres, detainees and prison torture, insurgency and bombings, warlords and drug lords and CIA kickbacks. 15 years of death, 15 years of destruction. And still, like a decades-long nightmare, it continues.
I'm announcing an additional adjustment to our posture. Instead of going down to 5,500 troops by the end of this year, the United States will maintain approximately 8,400 troops in Afghanistan into next year through the end of my administration. The narrow missions assigned to our forces will not change. They remain focused on supporting Afghan forces and going after terrorists. But maintaining our forces at this specific level, based on our assessment of the security conditions and the strength of Afghan forces, will allow us to continue to provide tailored support to help Afghan forces continue to improve.
The war against Libya, undertaken without even congressional approval and waged under false pretenses.
Fox News has revealed today that a bipartisan group of lawmakers, headed by Representatives Dennis Kucinich and Walter Jones, will be filing a federal lawsuit against the Obama administration addressing the constitutional and legal justifications for military action in Libya. The announcement comes a day after the release of House Speaker John Boehner's publicized warning to the president in the form of a letter urging Mr. Obama to provide an explanation for the continued engagement in the region and refusal to acknowledge the congressional role in military operations.
We are staring not only into the maelstrom of war in Libya, the code of behavior we are establishing sets a precedent for the potential of ever more violent conflicts in Syria, Iran, and the specter of the horrifying chaos of generalized war throughout the Middle East. Our continued occupation of Iraq and Afghanistan makes us more vulnerable, not less vulnerable, to being engulfed in this generalized war.
The Libyan opposition and the Arab League appealed to the world to save lives in Libya. And so at my direction, America led an effort with our allies at the United Nations Security Council to pass a historic resolution that authorized a no-fly zone to stop the regime's attacks from the air and further authorized all necessary measures to protect the Libyan people.
If this compassion for the plight of men and women in Libya was so heartfelt, why is it that you have heard nothing whatsoever about Libya in the last 2 years from the same politicians and talking heads who persuaded you that dropping bombs on the country was the only way to save it? Is it because the situation was resolved with the death of Gaddafi, and the virtuous Western-backed freedom fighters have established a happy, prosperous, functioning society of peace and happiness? Of course not.
Libya is on the way to becoming a terrorist outpost for possible future attacks on Europe. The prospect has been raised by Libya's former prime minister, who came to power following the overthrow of the Gaddafi regime. He recently fled the country, where rival militias run rampant and are in de facto control of the state.
Well, the thing is, the way R2P was manipulated to legitimize the invasion, bombing, and fragmentation of Libya, because this is what's happening nowadays. Look at what Libya is post-NATO intervention. It's a totally failed state run by militias. And nobody cares about what's going on in Libya. Proof number one, it disappeared from the news cycle completely. Proof number two, what only matters to the so-called international community, which, as we know, is comprised of US, Britain, France, Tel Aviv, and the Persian Gulf monarchies, and nobody else, maybe Turkey sometimes, no? Or Japan or South Korea. This is the international community. The only thing that mattered for them was the oil, gas, and further on, the water, of course. This is in terms of the three major French water companies. And nobody cares what's going to happen to Libya. Libya is going to be mired in civil war for years and probably decades from now on. But nobody cares.
The war in Pakistan, waged with drone strikes on civilians.
A United Nations team says more than 400 civilians have fallen victim to U.S. military drone strikes against Islamic militants. Members of the team urged U.S. leaders to release data on casualties in the interest of transparency. The United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights asked the team to compile a report on the U.S. drone program in countries including Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Yemen. UN Special Rapporteur Ben Emerson says at least 400 civilians have been killed in Pakistan since 2004.
Anger on the streets of Pakistan against the U.S. drone campaign. Human rights activists and representatives from religious parties have demonstrated in Pakistani cities, including the capital Islamabad, to condemn what they see as the violation of their country's sovereignty. Numerous protests have been held in the past since the US began its drone strikes in Pakistan in 2004 under its so-called war on terror. Pakistanis are also angry at the US drone campaign over civilian casualties that they have caused. Demonstrators say that the attacks by the unmanned aircraft must end in Pakistan and that the mere condemnation by the government is not enough.
We want our government to take action to stop the violation of our country's sovereignty, because it was the government that allowed the US to launch its drone strikes. Authorities should inform us about the steps needed to stop these attacks.
The Jonas brothers are here. They're out there somewhere. Sasha and Malia are huge fans, but boys don't get any ideas. I have 2 words for you. Predator drones. You will never see it coming. You think I'm joking?
The war against Syria, a war waged in conjunction with the ongoing war in Iraq and fought via al-Qaeda-linked proxy forces and an Islamic State militia trained by American forces.
There is a great irony here in the sense that if you wanted to believe in an expansive definition of the 2001 use of authorization of force, it says go after al-Qaeda and associated forces. Well, al-Qaeda and associated forces are opposing Assad. So if you want to believe in an expansive definition of the 2001 AUMF, you might believe that you could actually support Assad with arms, that the original use of authorization of force actually would justify giving arms to Assad. And I'm not proposing that, but I am proposing that you will be giving arms to the side that is fighting against Assad that has elements of al-Qaeda.
So if al-Qaeda is our sworn enemy, why is the United States supporting al-Qaeda fighters as part of the Syrian opposition, just as we did al-Qaeda fighters in the Libyan uprising? Well, that was the question I posed to President Obama during my one-on-one interview with him.
You mentioned about al-Qaeda during your speech, going after al-Qaeda in Afghanistan, certainly going after them in Yemen as well. Yeah. And yet there's some concern about the U.S. funding the Syrian opposition when there are a lot of reports that al-Qaeda is kind of heading up that opposition. How do you justify the two?
Well, I share that concern, and so what we've done is to say we will provide non-lethal assistance to Syrian opposition leadership that are committed to a political transition, committed to an observance of human rights.
Well, in the video, the commander, he goes by the name of Abu Sakar. He has found a man, a soldier from the Syrian army, dead by bullet, I've been told. And he took a knife and he cut out a hole in the chest and pulled out the lungs and the hearts. And while being videotaped, he held up the lung and said, you dogs of Bashar, this is how we will treat you. I'll eat your hearts and your livers. And he took a bite in the video. And it was meant as a message to the regime.
Syria, we backed, I believe, in some cases, some of the wrong people. And not in the right part of the Free Syrian Army. And that's a little confusing to people. So I've always maintained, and go back quite some time, that we were backing the wrong types. I think it's going to turn out maybe this weekend in a new special that Brett Baer is going to have Friday that's going to show some of those weapons from Benghazi ended up in the hands of ISIS. So we helped build ISIS. Now there's a danger there, and I'm with you.
Several weeks ago, former director of the Defense Intelligence Agency Michael Flynn made waves in the media when he told Al Jazeera the Obama administration turned a blind eye to warnings that the self-proclaimed Islamic State was on the rise. Speaking about a declassified DIA memo which predicted the Islamic State's rise as a result of the West's policy of backing Syrian rebels, Flynn told Jazeera's Mehdi Hassan the administration ignored his analysis, saying, "I think it was a decision. I think it was a willful decision."
WikiLeaks released audio from a September 22nd meeting in which John Kerry admitted to allowing the growth of ISIS.
The reason Russia came in is because ISIL was getting stronger. Daesh was threatening the possibility of going to Damascus and so forth. And that's why Russia came in, because they didn't want a Daesh government. And they supported Assad. And And we know that this was growing. We were watching. We saw that Daesh was growing in strength, and we thought Assad was threatened. We thought, however, we could probably manage, that Assad might then negotiate. Instead of negotiating, you got Assad. Now you got Putin to support him.
The war in Somalia, a military action justified by the president in a move that is as utterly ridiculous as it is insulting to the intelligence as self-defense.
September the 11th, 2001, the world changed when members of Al-Qaeda hijacked passenger planes, slamming them into the World Trade Center, the Pentagon, and a field in Pennsylvania. Now, a few days later, the US Congress passed a sweeping new law called the Authorization for Use of Military Force, the AUMF. It provides the president with broad authority to, quote, use all necessary and appropriate force against those nations, organizations, or persons he determines planned, authorized, committed, or aided the terrorist attacks that occurred on September the 11th, 2001, or harbored such organizations or persons in order to prevent any future acts of international terrorism against the United States. Now, it's important for you to hear the actual language of that law because it shows just how you can justify certain US military and intelligence activities around the world if there's a connection somehow with Al-Qaeda. Now to Somalia. We know the US has recently increased its on-the-ground military activity against al-Shabaab forces in support of Somali and African Union forces. But up until now, those activities have mostly been justified as being in self-defense. Some analysts have pointed out that it's now a pretty thin legal justification, given that the US appears to be actively involved in battlefield situations. So now, the New York Times, citing unnamed US officials, says that as part of the president's regular letter to Congress listing updates to current US military operations abroad, he will include al-Shabaab as part of the groups defined under the AUMF law. If that happens, it will provide US forces soon to be under a Trump administration more power to actively pursue al-Shabaab using, quote, all necessary and appropriate force.
And the war in Yemen, yet another military involvement that the average American doesn't even know about, let alone understand the reasoning for, and that has inevitably embroiled the American military in yet more war crimes.
At least 13 people were killed in a U.S. drone strike in Yemen. There was a convoy of vehicles traveling in Rada, which is the capital of Baida province, and where were they going? A wedding. There was a group of vehicles that was driving to a wedding. The U.S. thought that it was Al-Qaeda, but it was a party. The strike, quote, left charred bodies and burnt out cars on the road.
Documents obtained by Reuters show the U.S. government's concerned it could be implicated in potential war crimes in Yemen because of its support for a Saudi-led coalition air campaign. The Obama administration's continued to authorize weapons sales to Saudi Arabia despite warnings last year from government lawyers that it might be considered a co-belligerent under international law. This comes as a Saudi airstrike on a funeral home in the capital Sana'a on Saturday, killed at least 140 mourners and wounded more than 500 others. Survivors spoke of back-to-back bombings during a funeral service for the father of an official with the rebel Houthi government, which controls Sana'a.
This is a heinous crime one can barely imagine. No one ever thought they would strike a mourning hall. Can anyone imagine hitting people mourning to death? The battle is taking place on the borders and several other places, yet they bomb a hall. And now they deny it was their missiles. We are all here. Our homes are nearby. We heard the missiles and the planes. There were 2 planes and 4 airstrikes, not just 2.
Thousands of Yemenis gathered at the United Nations building in Sana'a on Sunday, calling for an international investigation into the assault. The attack was carried out with warplanes and munitions sold to the Saudi-led coalition by the United States. The U.S. Air Force continues to provide mid-air refueling to Saudi warplanes.
At home, meanwhile, Obama will be known for aggressively expanding the militarized police state that Bush brought in after the false flag events of September 11th, 2001.
Well, that's not who we're supposed to be, but that's exactly who Barack Obama is. That's who he is. Change. Look, people sometimes say, oh, no, he never promised not to spy on you. Yes, he did. He promised it right there in the 08 campaign. So, this is supposed to be a big faux pas and oh, no, don't do it. He lied. It's not subtle. He said there will be no spying on citizens who are not suspected of a crime. He lied. There is spying on all of us, and we are not suspected of a crime. Barack Obama is a liar. Can I make it clear? That's a big thing to say. Oh, my God, wow. He just called a politician a liar. Yes, Obama is a politician. He's Big Brother, and he's a liar.
Wow, Obama seems like he's really against this wiretapping thing, huh? Man, when he gets into office, he's gonna fix it. Yeah, it's gonna be a bright new day for America once we get Bush out and put Obama in. He sounds like he's just as pissed off about this illegal wiretapping as we are. Well, guess what? We voted him in twice, and he didn't do jack about the illegal wiretapping. Oh, I'm sorry, he did do something about it. He expanded it.
Each year, the United States Department of Defense's budget and expenditures are approved by Congress, which must pass a National Defense Authorization Act in order to fund the DoD. The most recent bill, however, the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 2012, shocked many by containing an extraordinary provision allowing for the indefinite detention without trial of anyone even suspected of providing support to individuals or groups identified as terrorists. Although this represents little change from the US government's modus operandi in waging the so-called global war on terror, many were amazed to discover that this provision specifically applies to American citizens who can now be detained by American military personnel anywhere in the world, including on US soil, and held indefinitely without trial. Perhaps it is not surprising that President Obama chose New Year's Eve as the date to sign the NDAA, as the revelry of the holiday predictably distracted Americans from the event. Particularly remarkable is the fact that this legislation has been almost universally identified as an overt act of tyranny by commentators of all political stripes, perhaps most importantly from sources that have traditionally defended the actions of Obama and his administration.
The ACLU said that Mr. Obama's decision to sign the National Defense Authorization Act, or NDAA, including the controversial detainee provisions, would tarnish his presidency. Quote, President Obama's action is a blight on his legacy because he will forever be known as the president who signed indefinite detention without charge or trial into law.
I will choose in my administration not to indefinitely detain U.S. citizens, meaning another administration can choose to do so, meaning that the bill says, yes, the president has the authority and the option of detaining U.S. citizens without a trial indefinitely. This is definitive. And it's not just my interpretation. It's not just Glenn Greenwald's interpretation. As we told you yesterday, the team of lawyers at the ACLU, whose job it is to protect our civil liberties, says that is definitely the correct interpretation, and it is hideous. Now today, more people piling on.
My understanding is that when Carl Levin thought, the chairman of the Senate Armed Services Committee, thought in the Senate that the provision for it being applicable to American citizens on American soil was stripped out, the White House had it put back in, which is just dumber than mud. I can't understand how we'd want to go back to Reconstruction days. I mean, that's the last time we destroyed Posse Comitatus.
But this is the White House that thinks that it's okay to assassinate U.S. citizens abroad without due process in the case of Anwar al-Awlaki. So why wouldn't they want that in? Because this is codifying powers that they've already determined they have.
It's very true.
On Tuesday, the New York Times published a major expose about how President Obama personally oversees a, quote, secret kill list containing the names and photos of individuals targeted for assassination in the U.S. drone war. According to the Times, Obama signs off on every targeted killing in Yemen and Somalia and the more complex or risky strikes in Pakistan. Individuals on the list include U.S. citizens as well as teenage girls as young as 17 years old. Glenn, can you comment on that?
Well, we've, of course, known for a long time that the President of the United States believes that he has the power to order people killed, assassinated, in total secrecy, without any due process, without transparency or oversight of any kind. I really do believe it's literally the most radical power that a government and a president can seize, and yet the Obama administration has seized this power and exercised it aggressively with very little controversy.
Surveying the flaming wreckage of the last 8 years, Obama's duped supporters will now be the first to tell you that you can't blame everything that happens on the president. The same people who voted Obama into office in the earnest belief that he would change the system now solemnly intone that he was just one man up against an entire system. But if a leader is defined by those they appoint, Obama failed with flying colors there too. Just look at the warmongers and criminals that he and his financial and corporate string pullers stuffed into his administration.
When I first started assembling this administration, I knew we were about to face some of the most difficult years this country has seen in generations. The challenges were big, and the margin for error was small. 2 wars, an economy on the brinks of collapse, and a set of tough choices about issues that we had put off for decades. Choices about health care and energy and education, how to rebuild a middle class that had been struggling for far too long. And I knew that I needed somebody at my side who I could count on day and night to help get the job done. In my mind, there was no candidate for the job of Chief of Staff who would meet the bill as well as Rahm Emanuel.
In this case, the mainstream press hasn't failed. They've mentioned the fact that Rahm Emanuel is a principal node in the Israel Lobby campaign contribution network, that he wasn't necessarily really behind Obama until he switched sides in June away from Hillary Clinton, probably because it looked like she wasn't going to be viable, and then introduced Obama to the power elite of AIPAC at their annual conference. And ever since then, and this is why I say it's a remarkable mirror of the Kennedy administration, of course, he's been named Chief of Staff. We know all about his father's illustrious past, as the press calls it gun running. I would call it something different, with the Irgun and his own participation in Israel's war efforts back in the 91 Gulf War, et cetera, et cetera. But what people don't understand is the following. Obama's made some pretty implicit promises about winding down the confrontational approach to the Middle East, as well as getting troops out of Iran. But yet he's appointed Rahm Emanuel as his chief of staff.
You never want a serious crisis to go to waste. And what I mean by that, it's an opportunity to do things that you think you could not do before.
Today, though, I'm looking ahead to my second term, and I am very proud to announce my choice for America's next Secretary of State, John Kerry. In a sense, John's entire life has prepared him for this role.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us? Not much, because it's a secret.
So amidst all these reports of bogus stuff going on, how could you concede the election on the day? How could you concede the 2004 election on the day? When in this book it says there were 5 million votes that were suppressed and you won the election. Didn't you want to be president? I'm not even done yet. I have 2 more questions. If you were so against Iran, how come you were not saying, let's impeach Bush now? Impeach Bush now before we can invade Iran. Why don't we impeach him? Impeach Bush. Clinton was impeached for what, a blowjob? Why don't we impeach Bush, all right? Also, were you a member of Skull and Bones in college and Bush? Were you in the same secret society?
That's all right. Let me answer this question.
Whoa. Is anybody watching this? I'm not doing this. Don't tase me, bro. Don't tase me. I think do anything. Ow! 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 Ow!
So, Joe, for your faith in your fellow Americans, for your love of country, and for your lifetime of service that will endure through the generations, I'd like to ask the military aide to join us on stage.
For the final time as president, I am pleased to award our nation's highest civilian honor, the Presidential Medal of Freedom.
And I don't remember what I said to my on-air partner, Pat. We were talking about it, and I said, you know what? How fast did the Patriot Act? How did they write that? How many pages was that? I never even thought, this is in the innocent days. Who wrote the Patriot Act? Because we know who wrote the Stimulus Act, and that was the Apollo Alliance. We looked it up. Does anybody here in the audience know who wrote the Patriot Act or when it was written? This will blow your mind. It was written in 1995. 1995, including the wiretapping and everything else. America, you know who wrote it? One of the biggest union guys of them all, Joe Biden.
But in a nutshell, Joe Biden in 1995 wrote this legislation, which basically is, in a nutshell, the Patriot Act. They reworded it, they rearranged some of the paragraphs, but it's pretty much almost verbatim the language that is in the Patriot Act. And so it existed some 7 years before 9/11.
Here's the thing, Hillary Clinton, she's been a first lady. She's been a senator. She's been my Secretary of State. She's been in the room when tough decisions were made. She knows how those decisions can affect a veteran or a soldier or a kid who needs a great education or a worker who's fighting for a good job or a raise or a decent retirement. And I will tell you, even in the middle of crisis, she is calm and cool and collected.
So, that is the land of unconfirmed.
Yes, we came, we saw, he died.
This record of crime, deceit, and aggression is enough to make all but the most psychopathic recoil in disgust. But none of Obama's shameful actions as commander-in-chief should be remotely surprising to those who were willing to look beyond the hype and look squarely at the facts. His supporters on the left imagined him to be an answer to the outrageous criminality of the banksters on Wall Street, even as those very same banksters were his top campaign contributors. He even took time out of his 2008 campaign to show his complete support for the disastrous banker bailout that was snaking its way through Congress.
As Republican John McCain and his Democratic rival Barack Obama head to Washington to help broker a deal on a Wall Street rescue plan, McCain, speaking in New York at the Clinton Global Initiative, said a deal must be achieved by the time financial markets open on Monday.
The debate that matters most right now is taking place in the United States Capitol, and I intend to join it. Senator Obama is doing the same. America should be proud of the bipartisanship that we're seeing.
Speaking to the same group by satellite from Florida, Barack Obama agreed with McCain that the $700 billion bailout for the troubled financial industry needs some modifications. But alluding to the White House meeting taking place later in the afternoon, Obama said now is not the time for partisanship.
This goes beyond traditional election time politics. Now is the time to come together, Democrats and Republicans, in a spirit of cooperation on behalf of the American people.
On this vote, the yeas are 263, the nays are 171. The motion is adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid upon the table.
But while there's plenty of blame to go around, and many in Washington and Wall Street who deserve it, all of us have a responsibility to solve this crisis because it affects the financial well-being of every single American. There will be time to punish those who set this fire, but now's not the time to argue about how it got set, or did the neighbor sleep in his bed or leave the stove on. Right now we want to put out that fire. And now's the time for us to come together and do that.
And then his supporters acted surprised when his administration failed to prosecute anyone at all for the largest swindle in the history of the planet.
So far in civil proceedings, the government has levied several $billion in penalties for misconduct in a crisis that's cost investors and homeowners many hundreds of billions of dollars. But to date, not one senior Wall Street executive has been held criminally liable by the Department of Justice for activities related to the financial crisis.
So Eric Holder went in front of the Senate Judiciary Committee yesterday, and they asked him about that. The same Eric Holder who earlier was saying, yeah, I could drop a drone on you if you're a regular citizen. I don't need a trial, stinking trials. I don't need them, right? I can just execute you. But when it comes to the bankers, this is what he said instead.
I am concerned that the size of some of these institutions becomes so large that it does become difficult for us to prosecute them when we are hit with indications that if you do prosecute, if you do bring a criminal charge, it will have a negative impact on the national economy, perhaps even the world economy. And I think that is a function of the fact that some of these institutions have become too large.
Amazing. In actual Senate testimony, he says, well, yeah, okay, they're too large, but what can we do? So it'll hurt the global economy, so we're not going to do our job. Get out of jail free card. Here you go. Use it anytime you like. Not only did we not prosecute you for past crimes, we're telling you right here in public, we're not going to prosecute you for future crimes. Have at it, Hoss.
But just in case there was any doubt as to who put Obama in power and whose interests he was working for, the Podesta email leak confirmed that not just Attorney General Holder, but almost the entirety of Obama's cabinet was hand-selected for him by Citigroup.
So this particular WikiLeaks email is from a month before Obama first became president, and it's between John Podesta, who was then head of Obama's transition team for president, and Michael Froman, who was at the time an executive at Citigroup, Citibank's parent company. Froman emailed Podesta a list of people who would be good choices for Obama's cabinet. Keep in mind, this is a month before he won the election. As writer David Dayen put it, the cabinet list ended up being almost entirely on the money. It correctly identified Eric Holder for the Justice Department, Janet Napolitano for Homeland Security, Robert Gates for Defense, Rahm Emanuel for Chief of Staff, Peter Orszag for the Office of Management and Budget, Arnie Duncan for... All right, let's skip ahead. No one gives a shit about Arnie Duncan. Arnie Duncan doesn't care about Arnie Duncan. For the Treasury, 3 possibilities were on the list: Robert Rubin, Larry Summers, and Timothy Geithner. Tim Geithner ended up being Treasury Secretary, and the other 2 played prominent roles. So think about that. An executive at Citibank's parent company, one of the most powerful banks in the world, gave Obama nearly his entire cabinet, including his economic team, immediately following the 2008 collapse caused by the greed of the big banks. Obama then went on to let Wall Street entirely off the hook for destroying the lives of millions of Americans. Or to put that in a more polite way, Geithner and friends dictated the Obama administration's light touch policy on bank misconduct, which resulted in no serious legal or fiduciary consequences for the major players. Do you see what this leaked email says? The big banks literally decide who runs our economy and our country, at least a month before the election even happens.
Why should it come as any surprise at all, then, to learn that Obama's signal accomplishment during his time in office, Obamacare, was written by the insurance companies themselves?
And I want to single out one person. And that one person is sitting next to me. Her name is Liz Fowler. Liz Fowler is my chief health counsel. Liz Fowler has put my team together, the healthcare team. Liz Fowler worked for me many years ago, since left the private sector, and then came back when she realized that she could be there in the creation of healthcare reform, because she wanted to, in a certain sense, that to be her professional lifetime goal. She put together the white paper last November 2008, 87-page document, which became the basis, the foundation, the blueprint from which almost all healthcare measures and all bills, both sides of the aisle, came from. She's an amazing person. She's a lawyer. She's a PhD. She's just so decent. She's always smiling. She's always working. She's always available to help any senator, any staff. And I thank Liz from the bottom of my heart. And in many ways, she represents all of the people who've worked so hard to make this bill such an accomplishment.
So what, you're thinking? So who is this Liz Fowler anyway, and why is it so important to be bringing up this, well, gushing and rather embarrassing praise from Senator Baucus on the House floor? Well, it's because Liz Fowler is not just someone who was formerly in private industry, as he tangentially made mention of in that speech, but someone who, well, had a very interesting history, and one that we can even pick up from mainstream sources like NBCnews.com, which had a post back a few years ago, Fact or Fiction? Senate Chairman has ties to big insurer. Quote, Elizabeth Fowler, now serving as counsel to Baucus on the Finance Committee, worked as an executive, not a lobbyist, for WellPoint, the largest publicly traded commercial health benefits company from 2006 to 2008. Prior to that, she'd worked for Baucus. Committee spokeswoman Erin Shields called Fowler one of the brightest healthcare minds in the Senate, and she and the Finance Committee staff have been working day and night to reach the goal of reform that lowers costs and ensures quality, affordable healthcare coverage, which is Baucus's priority. Shields added that the only factor that influences his decisions and the decisions of his staff is whether a policy is right for his state and for the American people. According to Senate records, Michelle Easton, former chief health counsel to the Finance Committee under Baucus, is lobbying for WellPoint for her firm, Tarplin, Downs & Young. End quote. Well, of course, that MSM post obviously downplays the important aspects of this. The fact that Liz Fowler, the person who Baucus was gushing about and who was absolutely essential in bringing the Affordable Care Act to the American public, was not just a lobbyist for for America and the world's largest publicly traded health benefits company, but was in fact an executive for them. And if we wanted to be even more specific, which oddly NBCnews.com decided not to be, she was a former vice president of WellPoint. So here we have someone in the very heart of the private insurance world coming in to write the very Affordable Care Act, which is supposed to provide all of this wonderful manna from heaven free healthcare to the public. Except for the fact that it's going to cost the average American much, much, much more to get insured under this new regime.
And John Kerry said, no, we're going to tax your health insurance. We're going to tax those evil insurance companies. We're going to impose a tax that if they sell health insurance that's too expensive, we're going to tax them. And conveniently, the tax rate will happen to be the marginal tax rate under the income tax code. So basically, it's the same thing. We just tax the insurance companies. They pass it on higher prices. That offsets the tax break we get. It ends up being the same thing. It's a very clever, basic exploitation of the lack of economic understanding of the American voter.
And why should it be a surprise that the military-industrial complex has benefited from yet another Obama accomplishment?
A report released recently by the Center for International Policy found that the Obama administration has shattered existing records when it comes to international weapons sales. The report outlines how in President Obama's first 5 years in office, new agreements under the Pentagon's Foreign Military Sales Program, the largest channel for U.S. arms exported, totaled over $169 billion. So even after adjusting that for inflation, that number pales in comparison to the only $30 billion in deals cut by the Bush administration in its entire 2 terms in office, meaning that the Obama administration officially bears the honor of having approved more weapons sales than any other since World War II.
As U.S. National Security Advisor Susan Rice said, the proposed military aid package to Israel is larger than any the United States has ever offered to any country. Under the headline, America's $40 billion aid package to Israel is largest ever. The 10-year aid program would give Israel up to $40 billion to upgrade its military aircraft and missile defense systems to defend against militants in Lebanon and the Gaza Strip and Al-Qaeda and Islamic State affiliates in Syria and Egypt.
The Saudis, an arms deal with them worth $1.29 billion has been approved. The United States has approved a $1.2 billion deal to replenish the Saudi Air Force's arsenal depleted by its controversial bombing campaign against rebels in Yemen. Congress has 30 days to block the sale, but is unlikely to do so, and shipment of more than 19,000 smart bombs is urgent, with strikes continuing daily.
The simple fact is that the real power in the American oligarchy isn't wielded by the president. Obama was just a smiling, affable teleprompter reader for the powers behind the throne, the deep state. And thanks to NSA whistleblower Russell Tice, we now know that Obama himself was wiretapped and presumably blackmailed, not by the Russian government, but by the NSA itself.
And by the way, with respect to my concerns about privacy issues, I will leave this office at some point, sometime in the next 3.5 years. And after that, I will be a private citizen. And I suspect that, on a list of people who might be targeted, so that somebody could read their emails or listen to their phone calls, I'd probably be pretty high on that list. So it's not as if I don't have a personal interest in making sure my privacy is protected.
Last week, NSA whistleblower Russell Tice conducted interviews on Boiling Frogs Post and The Corbett Report, where he revealed shocking new details of the NSA spying scandal. In addition to detailing how the NSA is collecting and storing the content of all electronic communications passing through the United States, he also revealed for the first time some of the specific targets of past NSA wiretapping operations, including senior congressional leaders, the former White House press secretary, high-ranking military generals, the entire Supreme Court, and even then-Senator from Illinois and future President Barack Obama.
Yeah, it was journalists. It was members of Congress, both houses, Senate and the House, especially on the intelligence committees, in the armed services committees, and on judiciary committees. And as well as the senior leadership in both the House and the Senate. It was judges, federal judges, and every member of the Supreme Court, all 9, of which I held the initial targeting of Judge Alito in my hand when Judge Alito was being put up for his position on the Supreme Court. So I saw the Alito paperwork in my hand. Physically, it was members of a few members of Bush's own staff in the White House. Who else did they? They went after lots of lawyers and law firms. I noticed.
In your interview on Boiling Frogs Post, you mentioned specifically General Petraeus. Yes,
they went after senior military leaders. With my satellite stuff, I saw how they went after the State Department. They went after Colin Powell, Secretary of State. They went after General Saseki. And then on the terrestrial side, I saw the paperwork as they were going after General Petraeus.
Was Barack Obama targeted by this?
Yes, he was. As a matter of fact, that was in 2004, probably late summer time frame. And he was a candidate for senator. He'd already won his primary in Illinois, and that's when I saw, Barack Obama's name.
In the end, Obama's personal failings and foibles are secondary to his main attribute, his willingness to enact the agenda of those who pulled his strings. It is ever so. But the real question is, what have people learned from the disaster of the Obama years? Do they understand the true nature of deep state power? The true continuity of agenda that takes place even as the pendulum swings from left to right? Or are they simply going to fall for the same trick again and again until the final nail is placed in the coffin of human freedom?
Well, I'd come out of the Bush era where he had signed the law of the U.S. Patriot Act, Bush, which allowed the government to listen on your phone calls, download your emails, come in your home while you're not there, and snoop in your home and leave, and all kinds of egregious things, which I opposed vocally. So when Obama came around, I thought, wow, this can be a new era. I mean, and he actually talked about limiting government power and stopping war and all those things. So I said, hey, maybe this is the chance we need. He got the Nobel Peace Prize, but he was the first president, actually, to conduct 8 years of war, believe it or not. Last year alone, he dropped 26,000 bombs in the Middle East. Now, this is a guy that early on, and again, it depends on the early analysts from the left wings who dealt with what they call the military-industrial complex were saying, hey, he's working with the military-industrial complex. We're really surprised. So what I would say is a lot of times with candidates, you have to wait and see what they do before you heap all this praise on them, because it builds an expectation, and then people buy into a myth. I mean, people are still talking about greatest president ever, but when I look at his record, under the most recent act that he's National Defense Authorization Act that he re-upped, he added an a propaganda center now. They're going to be watching what we say, what we do if we're so-called going against the interest of America. Well, anybody out there as a peace activist that's against war and stuff like that is going to be watched even closer now. And his Justice Department just a few days ago, under Obama, signed a provision allowing the NSA now to share all our information with 16 federal agencies. That's amazing. Remember, it was Edward Snowden. It wasn't Bush that he was opposing, Bush's NSA. It was Obama's NSA. So if you add up at the end of the day all the things that we see happening, the militarized police grew exponentially under Obama. All this military equipment flowing to local police in this country, tanks. So this all happened under Obama. It all built up under Obama. But I'll say this, Bush started the ball rolling. Obama pushed it faster and bigger, and now we got Donald Trump. I mean, he hasn't stepped into the presidency yet, but do I think he's going to pull back on this power that he has now? Obama sending troops into Poland as the final act of his presidency without congressional approval. That violates the Constitution. So what we're facing is, in my opinion, and I've said it over and over, we're facing a government that's out of control. And it started under Obama. If we really believe in freedom, it's time to step up and act now, America, I'm telling you.
So the color card was played very insidiously and effectively by Barack Obama and his handlers, whether it was Lockheed Corporation, Goldman Sachs. I mean, it's an endless list that won't be missed, all right? But we have to understand that they have, when I say they, I'm talking about the national and global, what I call power elite, that 1% or 1.5%, whatever, all right? They keep us corralled, if you will, James, on a plantation. A plantation, Democrat, Republican plantation, as if that's left and right. It's not. What it is simply is evil. It's a plantation of bloodsuckers, and I don't care what they call themselves. They're now people talking about, oh, we should have Elizabeth Warren. No, we should not have Elizabeth Warren. No, we should not. We don't need Democrats or Republicans. We need each other. Each other. And how long will it take the people in this country, in the United States, to understand that what it's about is divide and conquer, play each other off against each other, use each other, manipulate through fear, through disinformation. I repeat, disinformation, and that way control us.
8 years on from that day of infamy, we are left to sort through the ashes of the Obama administration. They are the ashes of the lives destroyed, the families torn apart, the countries ruined by yet another willing servant of the American imperial project. But if there is any ray of hope, it is that we have here an opportunity to learn a lesson once and for all. Until people stop falling for the lie and refuse to participate in the deep state-approved spectacle of the elections, voting for smiling figureheads on the back of trite toothpaste advertisement slogans like Hope and Change or Make America Great Again, the people of the United States and the people of the world will get exactly what they ask for.
The COVID
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. It is Tim Dillon, the Keto Kid, the greatest athlete in the United States of America. Right now, I have the heart of a lion. I am in ketosis. I pissed on a strip. Ben did as well. He is not in ketosis. His body is burning glucose like a fat bitch. Like a fat, yeasty bitch. Burning glucose. There is a crazy woman screaming on the other side of the property, but not our property, but she's somewhere else. And we might have to shut her down. We might have to have her on the show. We don't know where it's going to go, but she is screaming. She is using slurs. She would not be hired at SNL. I don't know who she is. I don't know what she looks like, if she can use those slurs or not. If you get my drift, is she allowed to say what she's saying? I don't know. It's too dark to tell. And we're separated, thankfully, by a hedge. So I don't know what's going on, but I will let you know if there's any interruption in the episode. That's probably going to be the cause. I had a epiphany today. The keto ice creams and the keto bullshit, it's not the move. Everybody wants to find the version of what they used to do, the synthetic heroin, so to speak. Yeah, I'll just take Suboxone, which you need while you detox, I guess. But, people just stay on methadone. So these ice creams that don't have sugar in them are filled with sugar alcohols that fuck your stomach up. I don't even know how to pronounce. One of them is sorbitol. The other one is erythritol or something. I don't know how to pronounce it. Mm-hmm. And these sugar alcohols really fuck you up. You just start shitting. I remember I had chocolate sorbet at Red Mango when I was a tour guide on those double-decker buses in New York City. And it went through me so quickly in the middle of showing people the 9/11 memorial. I had to run off the bus and just violently shit in Starbucks. I had to run into Starbucks and just start screaming until they took me seriously. I had to cut like 4 people in line. I'm like, I need it. And then there was just a tour bus full of people hearing. They were pausing and probably starting to Google a lot of the stuff I had mentioned. When I went by the 9/11 memorial, you can't just start going straight up crazy, but you can I would deliver it very sarcastically. I'm like, 19 Hajj, it came as a total surprise. Nobody knew. Nobody had even an inkling. This crazy bitch is still fucking going, man. She's still going. What are you going to do? Let her do it. This is what it is. God love her and whatever she's doing. To just explain to people, you just hear bursts of talking. Now, she's either on her phone, but I don't think so.
No.
She's just yelling, and she said the N-word multiple times. Yes. And I don't know what's going on. Now, there was a woman who basically got caught not too far from here screaming the N-word in a CVS parking lot, and I wonder if it's the same woman. She was fired from her job within the hour, which is clearly deserved. Go watch the video. She just goes in hard. And it's not even like there's no defense. It is bad, And she was fired from her job within an hour. Go see if you can find out what that job was. And all of her neighbors had a restraining order on her already prior to her going nuts and screaming slurs in a CVS. I'm so fucking Hollywood. CVS parking lot. I wonder what.
I looked into this because I found her on my Nextdoor page because she's in the neighborhood.
And now explain what Nextdoor is, because Nextdoor is a great thing for people to be racist in their neighborhood. And I was talking to Whitney Cummings about it. If you go on Nextdoor in her neighborhood, which is a nice neighborhood, people are like, there's that black guy again. And She's like, he's delivering FedEx, you fucking animal. Get the fuck off next door. What kind of rat website is this? What is it?
It's only for snitching. They say, hey, just I want to let everybody know I saw a Mexican with a backpack on the corner of 46th and you know, whatever. Just letting everyone, and everyone's like, yeah, he lives there.
Yeah,
That's
what
his
the
home.
fuck is, I mean, who's running this? But you got couches off it, right?
Yeah, I got free couches.
So also people in the middle of a racist diatribe can give away a dresser.
Yes.
If you need it. They're like, by the way, I've noticed a few too many Mexicans recently. I do have a beautiful ottoman that we no longer need. So if you want to come and get it, just be careful about the Mexicans because we don't know. They're very physically unpredictable. It could just jump at you next door. I love that it combines racism with charity. Racism and generosity, the next door, you know?
Yeah.
People, Jesus Christ. People are like, I've been noticing some strange goings on in this neighborhood. I don't like it. But I do like to help young families get a start. So I do have a kitchen table if you want to come and pick it up. You will have to hear me talk about the Jews for a little bit, but that's a small price to pay for a sturdy kitchen table that served me well for many years. You go on the next door app. You realize we're living it paranoid. People are so fucking paranoid. Like, I remember when I was growing up, literally they were like, everybody is trying to kidnap and rape you. Now, that they were right about. That we took a while to realize they were right about that. But not us. Like, they weren't trying to kidnap and rape us. It was other kids, but it was happening. But there was like the white van. Ben, you're probably too young, but there was like the white van, the guy in the white van. If you are from Long Island and you can hit me up on social media, I have blocked a few people today because they tried to be funny. They were not funny. So you got blocked. You run the risk. I don't always block. I rarely block. But if I look back at our history and you've tried 5 unfunny jokes in Messenger to me, you're gone. You're gone. No one has the time. You got to get better or stop. So one guy messages me. He's like, hey, the film Gray State, it's about totalitarian government. And I know a little bit about it. And I would say, the guy who made it, he got killed and his family got killed. Can you get the word out about that? To who, dummy? You get the word out. To who? To my listeners? And what are they going to do? Get the word out to who? The feds who probably killed the guy? What word do you want? Epstein, the word is out. The word doesn't matter. The word doesn't matter, buddy. What kind of, are you people daft? Can you help get the word? The word is out. It doesn't matter. It is immaterial. People know. Epstein was the biggest news story in the world, and it just fell off. The word is out. Think anyone gives a fuck? So stop with this shit where you message me, get the word out. Can you get the word out? You get it out. This bitch is still yelling. I cannot believe we think she's going to come in here and I'll put her right on mic. I'll put her right on mic and we'll lose it all. We'll lose it all. Get the word out. When you were in Long Island, when you were a kid, there was always a guy, there was a pedophile in a white van driving around trying to kidnap kids. And this was something, they would have like an assembly about it, which means they'd bring all the parents into the school and they'd go, there's a man in a white van. And then they send letters home with you and you'd give your, will you shut up? They'd send letters. Shut up or come on the show. They'd send letters home talking about the guy in a white van. And then my parents didn't give a fuck about me. They were like, yeah, it's fine. You'll be fine. But just paranoia. And you go on the next door thing and it's just paranoia. People think they're being robbed. People think people are conspiring to rob their shitty house. Your shitty house. You think people are trying to knock over your house to get $18 in petty cash that you keep on the counter next to a couple Arby's wrappers? Calm down. The paranoia in this country that everyone's trying to kill you at every goddamn moment. You know, terrorism. You know, they talk about the opioid epidemic like people are walking around with syringes full of heroin, injecting them into people and turning them into zombies. You know, they talk about it like they don't talk about any of the causes, any of the reasons it might be happening. You know, areas of being deindustrialized. There's no jobs. They separated from all of that. There's a few books that go into that. But for the most part, they're all on the news like this. Opioid epidemic. It's just people running around. These dope fiends. These kids are doing heroin and people are but yeah, the Nextdoor app, man. She's still going. She's still going. You think, is there a chance she's on like a drug?
Probably. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds like she's thrashing around in the bushes too.
She does sound like she is thrashing around in the bushes. She's either trying to get in here.
No, not in here. She's up on the hill, but
she's up on the hill. Well, that's nice, isn't it?
She could roll down maybe at some point.
She's on the hill, folks. No need to worry. She's up on the hill. Can you sign into Nextdoor and
Yeah, I'm on it.
go? What do we got on Nextdoor right now? Because we got to post about this bitch. Because she's fucking my patience. No, I'm kidding. We're not rats. Let her roll around in that grass and scream. I don't give a fuck what she does. I don't rat on anybody for anything. I don't care. I don't rat. It's against my constitution. I don't like that Tekashi 6ix9ine. What's his name? Tekashi 6ix9ine.
You got it. Yeah.
I don't like that. You wouldn't see Doja Cat ratting or Little Xan. Maybe Little Xan. I don't know. Xan is a complex man. What is Nextdoor? What are some of the posts on Nextdoor right now?
Okay, so top post, human excrement removal.
Human excrement removal.
Dear neighbors, somebody was nice enough to leave a big pile of human excrement in front of my house today, hoping my kids don't accidentally step in it. Does anybody know of a city service I can call to have it removed?
A, how do you know it's human? This is a guy who's somebody's putting shit in front of his house, and this guy deserves it. I can tell already. I can tell this guy, you don't know how to remove shit? You put it in a bag. Someone is putting shit on his property for good reason. Hopefully my kids don't step in it. Well, tell them not to step in it. Why are you playing a guessing game with the kids? What else do you got? Do people answer this idiot?
Yeah, so let's see the top comment. Dear Justice, this happened to us many years ago. The person nicely did their thing right up against our house. I took pictures and showed it to the next council meeting. People couldn't believe it.
Council meeting? The city council? I guess the neighborhood council?
Yeah.
I mean, can you imagine, just for a minute, I want everyone listening to this to imagine how meaningless people's lives are. Like how meaningless this guy's taking pictures of shit and then bringing it up at the city council. I understand if it happens every day or even once a week, but one time only? You know how lucky you are if that's all that's ever happened? One time somebody just shits on your house. But think of the inane, meaningless lives that people have that they need to fill. They get so excited when there's a mound of shit that they can photograph. They're so happy. I have aunts like that. When something goes wrong, they get excited. They get they're like happy. They love to tell a tragic story. I have an aunt that she get her face fills with life at the dinner table when she goes, hey, you know Jessica? Jessica, you know her brother? Her brother jumped off the bridge. You know the bridge that everybody jumps off? Yeah, he jumped off paralyzed. So maybe don't do that. Don't do that anymore. And she's happy as a pig in shit when she's able to talk about tragedy. She loves it. She'll be like, you know, kid I knew took a little Xanax, drank, fell down the stairs, dead. It's a kid. He lived 3 doors over. Now he's dead. Took a Xanax, had a couple of beers at a party, fell down the stairs. I'm like, why are we? I don't even take Xanax and I'm sober. Why are we doing this? Why are we going over this? We're going to start just going tragedy by tragedy? She used to be like, there were little mini rocks in the school where I grew up. So she'd go, you know, one kid is going to eat those rocks one day and die. And this was, she just loved it. She was into it. She loves, she gets into it. It's okay. I get it to an extent because I love, and I talked about this with a friend the other day. I happen to love, and I don't really talk about this because people might take it the wrong way, and it's not my fault. I happen to really enjoy funerals. I love funerals. I love the wake. I love the burial. I love the drive to the funeral. Everything about a funeral. I love seeing people you haven't seen in a while, but in a space where you don't have to keep up. Mm-hmm. It's weird to exchange numbers. Nobody's serious. Nobody's going to follow up with each other in a week and go, hey, we saw each other at the funeral. You'd be insane if you did that. You'd be like, what? So if you even reconnect at a funeral, it's so brief. It's so surface. It's so shallow. It's so nice. It's so nice. Hey, have you been? And it's good. I like to cry. I like to be sad and think about my own mortality and feel bad for other people. I like to look at other people that have lost a loved one and feel bad for them. And sometimes it's nice when it's an older person and we can all say it's a life well lived. But sometimes it's nice when it's someone younger. Sometimes it's nice when it's somebody it was unexpected or someone, and we all have to really reflect on what it means, because the older people, you don't have to reflect on what it means as much. You get it. They lived a good life, but sometimes it's got to be dark and real tragic, and they've got to be young. It's got to be young to really get the cry on and get the purge. You got to purge. You got to question, what is life? Why are we here? Am I on the right track? These are very important things. LA, they have silent retreats and yoga. In the Northeast, we had funerals. People would just die. And you would go, I'd love a meal. Have you ever had a funeral meal where you go out afterwards and everybody's eating and you're relaxing? It's kind of fun again. It's kind of nice again. Yes, we buried someone and they're not here. But that means more shrimp cocktail for us. We're here. We're alive. No disrespect. Carl Ruiz, a great man, would love this attitude. Passed away at 44. I feel very bad. Man, was he fucking funnier than comedians, and I know that doesn't say much. But God, was he fucking funny. Guy Fieri loved him. He was a chef. He opened a great restaurant in New York called La Cubana. The guy he texted me a photo on Twitter that made me laugh harder than anything else. I'm going to show it to Ben right now, dude. And familiarize yourself with the great Carl Ruiz if you haven't, because I'm telling you right now, this guy, everybody loved him. Sherrod Small, Opie and Anthony, Vic Henley, all these comics really loved Carl Ruiz, and he was a partier, man. He would break Bill Burr up, crack Bill Burr up, telling stories about doing coke in the kitchen when he was coming up as a chef, and he had like a spot in Jersey. And then he just opened a spot in the meatpacking district. And he sent me a message, and it's one of the funniest things that anyone has ever sent me. Okay? And he goes, this is what follows you when you are a food celebrity: human garbage pelicans. And it's just a picture of these two fat women with birthday hats on. And a filter that gave them birthday hats. These two fat women with birthday hats. And he goes, this is who follows you when you're a food celebrity: human garbage pelicans. It is one of the funniest things I laugh so fucking. And I messaged the guy and I said, I got to see you when I'm in New York. And he goes, come to the restaurant. Let's eat. I wanted him on the podcast. There's a video that Opie just posted on Twitter where they walk into his apartment or a hotel. I don't know. It's beautiful. It's like in the middle of Manhattan or whatever, and he's just got cash, wads of cash laying on the table, and everybody starts going, what the hell's going on in here? And Ruiz just looks at me and goes, I'm a walking felony. The guy lived. And now listen, I wish he was still here. I wish he lived fucking forever. That guy was great. But it's like my friend's father passed away, who we loved. This guy was great. We used to get get hammered all the time. Enough! She's still going. We used to get hammered. I mean, what is happening? We used to drink all the time and have fun, go out to dinner with this guy, and he passed away in his early 60s. And the funeral was so sad because he was dead, but there was something about a funeral, and there are people out there that know what I mean. They know what I mean right now. And they're looking at each other going, fuck, he's right, and it's been a while since we've been to one. And it would be nice, a nice autumn day. Oh, a nice autumn day. Some nice hymnals. And I will raise you up on eagle's wings, raise you up above all things. I don't know the rest. But that, in a nice church, you go out in your black suit, maybe a bum of smoke. Maybe you don't. I don't know. It's all what you have to do. And maybe it's at a sit-down restaurant, or maybe afterwards you do something at a bar and you just some wings and a couple of cocktails. My friend Michael's mother, let me tell you right now, I don't want anyone to die, but the meatballs I had after dinner, I would kill her myself. I would they were so good, soft. That's what meatballs should be. And listen, she fought cancer a very long time. The woman had more. She was more of a fighter, and she was tougher, and she got more out of life than I will ever get, and any of my clown friends will ever get out of life, by the way, because she helped other people, and she had this camaraderie with other people that were fighting this thing, and she raised money for people, and it was really amazing to look at somebody whose life was cut short, but not in fucking substance at all. She went through hell, but when you talk about somebody who's a warrior, a champion, what's good about what I do is I spend time with people who lead meaningless lives, utterly meaningless lives, devoid of honor, devoid of anything. People that just float around and, but the food at this place, and I'm talking about quesadillas. They had Italian. They had wings. It was like a bar restaurant. And I was sitting down with a bunch of people I'd never met. I didn't know them. And I felt I was having one of the best times I've ever had. So I will throw this out. I don't want this to seem weird. If you want me to go to a funeral of someone I will go as long as as long as it doesn't feel weird. I like to hear about somebody's life. People say to me when I go to funerals, they go, did you know this person well? And I'm like, I don't need to know somebody well to go and take stock of a life. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I enjoy it. And I know there are people out here that say this is a sociopath talking or I'm insane. Every episode, there's probably that reaction. But that's not the case here. This is a beautiful thing when someone is ripped from us. Not when it's a young person, unless they're very young. If they're very, very young, it's fine because you don't know. You know what I mean? If they're very young, it's fine again. Very, very young. But if it's in the middle of their life, 20s or 30s, it's real rough. And once 60 and above again, it's fine. So what I'm trying to say, and I've dug a little bit of a hole here probably with certain people, but people need to admit, and my grandmother had a great funeral. She was like 89, and the priest went up and he goes, Dorothy, and Ray Kump, the great Ray Kump, was sitting there, and rah, rah, rah. Most people, the mortician thought the funeral was for him. They said, well, he looks fine. Well, he's not fine, but he looks better than most of the corpses. He's smoking, for instance. But my grandmother, the priest, went up and he did this hellfire and brimstone speech. Goes, Dorothy has been preparing for this moment for decades. Decades. And we were all shifting in our seats because we were like, fuck. Whoa. Basically, he was laying it on the line. Priests and funerals, that's their time. That's their time. My grandfather's funeral, beautiful. Bagpipes. Bagpipes. An Irish funeral, everybody bombed. These are beautiful things. Much better than weddings. Weddings suck. What's the other thing when the kid's born? Baptisms and christenings. Fuck off. I love a good funeral because you really appreciate life. You appreciate being alive. When you drive out of a wake and you're sitting there, or you drive out of a burial, maybe it was Holyrood Cemetery in Hicksville, and you're sitting there at the stoplight, and a song comes on, and it's a decent song, and the sun's out, and you drive in. Maybe you stop in a 7-Eleven, you get a Snapple, and you just say to yourself, I'm fucking here. I would go to one a month if I could. So that I just want to throw that out to people. If you want me at your funeral, and I do the whole thing, by the way. I do wake, burial, and then whatever dinner is lunch or dinner that we're doing. I do the whole thing. I do the wake, and then I come back the next day for the burial. And if you tell me that the burial is only for the family, I'd come. Because I want to be there. I want to see it go into the ground. That's when it's poetic and meaningful to me. And listen, it is what it is. I don't like death. I like funerals. They're beautiful things. Long Island, people have a couple of cocktails, they reconnect. It's really, and there's a lot of lucky people right now because so many people are dropping dead on Long Island from heroin addiction. And there are so many lucky people that get to go to these events all the time and really kind of reconnect. I'll see you at the funeral. That's what they say. Well, what else on the Next Door app do we have here? Because then I want to get into pyramid schemes for a minute.
Next post, title says Cop Carsel.
What?
Cop Cars, but with an L at the end.
Cop Cars with an L?
At the end.
What the fuck does that mean?
They can't type. This woman, Sherry, she can't type.
Sherry.
She says, anybody know what's going on Loss? LAS. She didn't. And someone commented, what's going on?
Is it this woman right now laying in the grass, rolling around? Is this, so that woman's clearly drunk or something, right? Or
yeah, clearly.
Did she die mid-post? What is that? Does anyone know what's going on Loss? And what is, I don't even know what that is.
It's nothing. It's nothing.
What else? What else is there? This app fascinates me, by the way. What is it, a site? Is it an app? You can get it on your phone too?
Yeah, you have to sign up and register your address through it. So it's a whole 2-week-long process.
Are you anonymous or no?
No, you have to have your name and address
So
listed.
your name and address, and you get to be as racist as you want as long as you own it with your name and address.
Yes.
Great.
Personal injury attorney. I am asking for a friend if anyone can recommend a bulldog personal injury attorney in the LA area.
Okay, that seems an odd thing to put. I love, by the way, that brings on all those people that crowdsource everything they do in their life. You'll see them, they're like, I want to read more. Does anyone have any suggestions of books? And they ask their social media network, they ask their Facebook friends. Mm-hmm. Could there be any less, could you want suggestions less from a group of people than your Facebook?
Right.
The people that are still actively using Facebook. Hi, I want to go to Disney World. We're leaving in 9 months, but we thought we'd start planning now. Does anyone have any hotel recommendation? And people love it. They go right and they just start writing paragraph. Well, we stayed at the Grand Floridian and we liked it. It's a little pricey, but it's near to the park. And I'm like, bitch, go on YouTube. They review every hotel, every single hotel in Disney World. How far it is away from the park, what the food's like, they review everyone. People do that now. You don't need to crowdsource. You don't have a trusted friend that reads. You got to go on Facebook and go, is there any books? I want to read a book. I'm in my mid-30s, and it's occurred to me recently that I'm an idiot. Can any of you recommend a book? Yeah, Harry Potter, you dumb bitch. Stop crowdsourcing. People crowdsource their honeymoon. Hi, we don't know where to go. Can anyone? You've never wanted to go anywhere? Someone else needs to tell you where to go on your honeymoon? I always do, and the way to fight fire with fire, anytime somebody asks for a recommendation for a realtor or anything, they go, hi, I'm moving, and I want to know, you find the wealthiest area in wherever they're going and you recommend the realtor who sells houses there to make them feel like shit. Like when I have friends, and these are comedians, they have no money, they're moving to LA and they're like, hey, anybody know a room open? Anybody know a room for like $700? I comment Joyce Ray, who's a realtor that sells estates in Beverly Hills. And and it says luxury estates. And then like sometimes he'll go, oh, I can't afford that. And I'm like, well, that's not my fault. But always do that. Always try to make people feel like shit who are being stupid. So if somebody goes, hey, I want a realtor, maybe it's just a little bit out of their league, but find a realtor, look at the listings and really, and make them say like, hey, it's a little out of my league. And then just write back, oh, sorry. Sorry. Always find something a little bit out of their league. I do it where people know it's a joke. It's really because I don't have time to really do it appropriately. Mm-hmm. But you can do it real good where you just recommend something. Recommend a restaurant that's a little out of their league. And be like, hey, I don't know if you're into this type of thing, but here you go. You know, it's fun to do. It's fun to let people know they're trash. In little fun ways. Mm-hmm. Just let them know. I always love when people will crowdsource a restaurant and I'm like, just try it out. Mm-hmm. Or go to someone you trust or find an institution you trust. Whether it's a paper that may have reviewed the restaurant or if you're in the Yelp and that bullshit, you can do that. I just say, hey, ticket, but people make it out to be this big deal. And they're like, well, I don't know. Should we go to Peter Luger's or should we go to Quality Meats? I don't know. And then people get in a fight in the comments. It's like, hey, go to both. Go to neither. Who gives a fuck? It's a $200 dinner. If it's the one time you're going to do it in your life, don't do it. Spend the money on medicine or water. I know people are hurting. But you need not have a 300 comment fight about who's got a better steak. Try it. Or don't do it. It's amazing to me. I love Nextdoor app. I'm going to sign up and just start going wild. I'm going to start making things up. Hi, there was a bunch of guys walking around with tiki torches. Has anyone seen that? There's a lot of Russians in the area. There's been a lot of Russians. I'm thinking maybe it's possible that this has something to do with Trump. I don't know, but what else do we got on?
Title of this one is No.
Why can you never talk? Why do you always have to clear your throat before you talk on the podcast?
I don't know.
You always go,
Do I always clear my throat?
Something's wrong with you when you talk on this show. This is the most people who've ever heard your voice.
Probably, yeah.
And whoever will.
Title of this post is No See-ums. Does anybody know what to do to get rid of no see-ums? These bugs are driving us crazy.
That's the most reasonable thing we've heard so far.
What is that?
Well, number one, you would probably call an exterminator. But I guess they want to do it on the cheap and,
So they're really tiny bugs.
So now, can you just troll on here and can you just
What do you
make shit
want? What do you
up?
want me to post? I'll post something right now.
Say no-see-ums are with you forever. You must leave the home. Go no-see-ums are never not with you.
Okay.
Just go the no-see-um. Say the no-see-ums are attracted to pedophiles. Okay. Is there something going on that we should know about? The no-see-ums are attracted to the blood of pedophiles. That's maybe why they're biting you. Man, troll, folks. Have a little fun out there. Are you sad? Do you need help? Do you want to speak to a counselor who BetterHelp went on Facebook or maybe it was Instagram, whatever social media, and she goes, hey, I just want to let everybody know Beachbody.com is not a pyramid scheme, okay? There's a lot of misinformation out there. It's not a pyramid. Now, what Beachbody is, for those of you who don't know, is it's like this pyramid scheme, clearly a multi-level marketing scheme like Amway or like anything else, which is based on you converting your dumb friends and selling them shit because they're fat. And you go, oh, a group of friends, we're all going to motivate each other better than celebrities and trainers will. No. Your group of friends is why you're fat. You don't change with the group of friends. You get rid of them. You get rid of the fatties. No, it's your group of friends is the reason you're fucked. You're gonna try to change 6 people's lives at once? Who the fuck does that? So that's the whole thing about Beachbody. And then you become like a coach or a Beachbody coach, and you put up all these motivational things like, it's 5 a.m. and I want to stay in bed, but I'm not because I'm a Beachbody coach. Now, if you buy the meals and the shakes, you too can be a Beachbody Diamond member. And you just climb up this. But I love the so Beachbody, by the way, of course, had to like address the idea that they were this multi-level marketing thing. Okay. And to me, it was one of the funniest things ever because basically they didn't tell you that they have no argument that they're not. So get that up, by the way, Ben. Get the Beachbody. They literally have no argument that they are not. And when I was performing at the Spokane Comedy Club in Washington, I saw a bunch of people in suits. And, that area is weird. It's gray. It's dreary. It's like really kind of Twin Peaksy. And there was all these weird people and the teenagers, young people, old people, every race. And they're all walking in suits to an arena. And I'm like, what is it? Is it a Christian thing? What is it? And it was like this Amway spinoff, this Worldwide Dream Builders online marketing cult. And where they all recruit people. It's like Mary Kay Cosmetics, and if you sell a lot, you get the pink Cadillac. And you got to just convert your friends and have these parties and stuff. And I'm all for ripping off and fucking over your friends. Do it smart, though. Do you have it up here?
I have this long article, but it's a too long didn't read version right here about Beachbody.
No, but is this the Beachbody site?
No, let me get that one.
Ben is so bad at his job. It's amazing. It's amazing. Beachbody, they actually, on their website, they're basically like, listen, we're not a pyramid scheme. Wikipedia defines a pyramid scheme as this. Does that sound like what we're doing? And then the difference between what they do and what an actual pyramid scheme is literally nothing. And as you read it, it's like hilarious. They're like, hey, but no one's going to that page because they know the people that are on it have been bit. They're feral. They've been bit already. So once you've been bit, no one can tell you that you haven't, that you need to reassess. And it's on their website, Ben. It's like a frequently asked question. It's like, is Beachbody.com a pyramid scheme? And their rationale is great. Here we go. I found it. First thing. This is one of my favorite things ever when you read this. You're still looking for it?
Is it in the About Us, in the mission?
It's the first thing that comes up on Google. Thank God we don't bring things up on the show, because he's just completely, that's your one job is to just bring up the fucking article. How have I found it? How did I get it? It's the first thing on Google. What did you Google?
I went to the Beachbody website because you said it was the first thing on the website.
Well, why wouldn't you just put it into Google, the search engine, and see what came up? Anyway, Beachbody discusses pyramid schemes and multi-level marketing, right? This is great. You may be asking, is direct selling the same as multi-level marketing? Is it a pyramid scheme? A Ponzi scheme? Is it a scam? How do people make money? And what's the opportunity for me? Lots of great questions, and we'll take one by one. Simply put, according to Wikipedia, direct selling is the marketing and selling of products directly to consumers away from a fixed retail location. So it's the guy that shows up, opens his trunk, and sells you shit. In other words, that's not what it says on Wikipedia. I'm adding that in. This is what they say. They go, so what about pyramid schemes? A pyramid scheme or Ponzi scheme is something completely different and far more harmful, like a scam. That's far more harmful. It's like a scam. Is Beachbody a pyramid scheme? No. Team Beachbody coaches make money from actual sales of genuine fitness and nutrition products and hard work, not from recruiting fees or business fees. Coaches are never paid to recruit people and do not earn money from recruiting. Yet they earn money when they sell people the shit. Our mission is to help people live healthier, more fulfilling lives. How do people become coaches? Do they make money by selling Shakeology? Our coaches start as customers, right? A la pyramid scheme. Beachbody. Once they start to get results, people tend to notice and ask what they are doing. No one does that, by the way. People go, oh, you look great. You lost weight. Some people go, what are you doing? You go, nobody wants to hear. At that point, people only want to hear like a one-word answer. Low carb, slow carb, keto, paleo, walk around the block. I cut out booze. Nobody wants to hear this. Like, ask me, you look a little thinner. What have you been doing?
You look a little thinner. What have you been doing?
Take a seat. I've been waiting for you to ask me this. I've become a member of a very fulfilling new group that holds each other accountable. Have you heard of Shakeology?
I haven't.
Why are you looking at me like that? Sit down and get ready for the secret. I'm about to tell you the secret about Shakeology. Some companies have used direct sales model. Where are you going? I just want to talk about Shakeology. Do you have your credit card on you? We can get you started right now. They enjoy helping others achieve the results they've achieved using Beachbody products and want to share with others. So they sign up to be coaches. You could sign up to be a coach for $40. Dude, we're doing this. $40, I could sign up to be a coach. Plus $16 a month. $15.95 recurring monthly fee. $16 a month to be, okay? This covers ongoing access to their website, training, reporting, personal development content, plus all the back-end operation of warehousing and shipping products. So then you got to sell to people, okay? Don't take our word for it. Here's Team Beachbody coach Joan Crocker's story. She's been suffering from depression and was gaining weight. Her husband introduced her to Beachbody. She bought Insanity and worked out hard to the complete 60-day program. She said, I found my confidence and happiness again. I felt better physically, mentally, and emotionally. And then I decided I wanted to rob others. Here's Team Jen Richardson's story at Beachbody. She was 2 months postpartum with her second son and searching for teaching jobs where she could put her master's degree to use. But because the country is a bag of shit, she decided to sell people fitness shakes because life is a hell. Like that, if this was honest, that's what it would really. She tried to use her master's degree, but because she couldn't find any work, she decided it was much more fulfilling to start hawking fitness shakes to her friends. That was the much better way to go about earning money. Sure, her passion was for education. She wanted to teach kids how to read. But hey, you know what's a good close second? Teaching your fat friend how to hawk shakes. Shakeology. Let me tell you about Shakeology. I would plunge a knife into my own throat before I would sit down and have to look at someone in the face and say the word Shakeology. Mm-hmm. If you say the word Shakeology with a straight face, you need to be in a cell. You need to have the door shut. I love people that don't have any problem ripping off their friend, like getting their friends in a cult. It's so hilarious to me when people are just so like, hey, man, good to see you. That's how I got my fucking house. When I bought that house with a subprime mortgage, I got foreclosed. One of my best friends was like, it's a great opportunity. And me, because I was coked to the gills, went, yeah, that's good. He's like, it's a big yard. A developer is going to come in. They'll subdivide the plot. You'll be making crazy money. That sounds good. Just doing coke. I was like, I love you and George W. Bush. I'm going to be a homeowner. I love you, Bush. I love Dick Cheney. We need to honor our commitments to the people of Iraq. No Child Left Behind is a good program. Think of the things people repeat, like the platitudes people repeat, meaningless. Yeah, they don't know anything, barely know what No Child Left Behind is. That people fight about it. They argue about it, but they have no idea what it is. Picture me coked to the gills in a bar looking at somebody and going, No Child Left Behind creates accountability. It creates accountability and incentives. These fucking teachers are paid too much money, which I still feel. But I don't, the program, I don't know here, but these teachers, you know, the complaining of the teachers has got to stop at a certain point, you know? Yeah, Shakeology. I love it. It's 6 a.m. I was going to sleep in, but that's not what I'm about. I just made a quick shake, and I'm ready to work out, burn some calories. Hey, do you want to look and feel good too? Well, get your credit card out, because you want to, come on in. You're going to be a coach. You start as a fat shit, but you end up a coach. Don't you want to be a coach? Well, I don't have any skills. Shut up. You're going to be a coach. I don't really know anything about nutrition or fitness. It doesn't matter. The people at Shakeology have provided us with all the information we'll need. All you have to find is 5 other fat fucks that are desperate, that have postpartum depression. I love who this is being marketed to. They're like, Jeannie's story was great. She was laying on the floor of her trailer thinking about who's this product for? People that have given up all hope. Jeannie was sitting in her car with the engine on in her garage. She was 3 gasps away from meeting Jesus. And then Jeannie went inside, and she saw that her good friend at work had lost 3 pounds by drinking shakes all day. So Jeannie said, God, her friend had posted on Facebook that there was a unique money-making opportunity in the fitness world. Jeannie had always wanted a beach body. She never had one. She had, scars. She had stretch marks that looked like spiders crawling up her stomach. But she wanted that beach body. So she saw one of her friends on Facebook go, hey, are you laying on the floor of your apartment thinking of reasons not to kill yourself? Maybe you should become a beach body coach. You can look good and feel good. I love who this is marketed to. Let's keep going on by the way, I wonder if any of them were like, this person was doing good and they decided to get involved. Right. Or is everybody has a gun in their mouth before they decide, which of course you have to lower yourself to this, to lower yourself to hawking fitness shakes to your friends. You have to be ready to kill yourself. Let's see if there's... Hillary Kelly remembers her early days as a team Beachbody coach and how she built her business through hard work. I'm not a nutrition expert, but I started with the simple approach of sharing my story both in person and on Facebook. Here's how that should have ended. I'm not a nutrition expert, so I didn't get involved. End of post. I'm not a nutrition expert, so I shut my mouth and went on my merry way. But no, she decided, she goes, I'm not a nutrition expert, but I started with a simple approach of sharing my story both in person and on Facebook. I think people responded to that. I had no agenda except to help people get fit. If you break it down, that's what this business is all about. Yeah. These people talk in fucking like pamphlets, you know?
Right.
I had no agenda. Who said you did, bitch? You seem a little guilty. Doth protest too much. They're like, it's not a pyramid scheme. I had no agenda. I'm not fucking you. I didn't do anything. I didn't go in your purse when you were in the bathroom. What are you saying? What do you mean there was $20 on the wallet when I walked in? You better talk to Shakeology. I love all of the fucking examples of people that they use. She was suffering from depression and was gaining weight. Her husband introduced her to Beachbody. Her husband was like, listen, you fat, sad bitch. You better clean it up and you better start bringing in some money into this house. What a nice guy, huh? He introduced her to Beachbody. She's depressed. He didn't introduce her to a doctor. He didn't introduce her to a therapist. He introduced her to a multi-level marketing scam. Honey, you seem depressed. You don't get out of bed all day. Why don't you start hawking fitness plans? Why don't you get your monthly sales numbers up? That's why you feel like shit, because you're laying in bed every day and not selling shakes to your friends. I love it so much. I love it so much, man. I love how everybody using this is completely... Our Team Beachbody Coach Network is over 400,000 strong. God help us. And our online community is million strong, meaning no one is ever alone, no matter the goals or how far anyone thinks they have to go. Great. I love it. Other direct sales companies you may know: Avon, Mary Kay, Tupperware, and Stella & Dot. Yeah, Tupperware parties, Avon. I mean, I love it. I love the stories of the people. 2 months postpartum with her second son, searching for jobs. I think what coaching really did for my future goals is give me the belief that anything I put my mind to, I can accomplish. There were several years of self-doubt where I lacked confidence in myself, and coaching turned that around for me. I've watched people from all walks of life create incredible success for themselves with Beachbody coaching, simply because they believe they could. So what do the coaches do? They're energetic, they're enthusiastic. They are products of the product. What a line. They are products of the product. I got to start doing this, man. Now, by the way, I'm going to tell the audience this. If Beachbody contacts me and pays me money, I will sell Shakeology and I will delete this episode. I tell you that all the time in full disclosure. I give a fuck about you pigs. I will shove shakes down your throat so fucking fast, you fat slobs. I will put a shake in my ass if Beachbody tells me to, if they want to spend some fucking money. That's what I do. I ridicule these companies and try to get them. I'll become a fitness coach. What, I got to make some motivational Facebook post? I'll do that. Can easily do that. I used to be fat. I used to eat pizza. Not even good pizza, like Papa John's, Domino's. So I liked the way it felt in my mouth, warm and gooey, like I was eating my own insides. Anyway, then I went online and saw a friend of mine was marginally less fat. And I asked her, I said, "Hey, fatty, are you less fat?" She said, "Yes." I said, "What are you doing?" She goes, "Well, I'm part of an online community that provides me the support and the nutrition products I need." And I said, "Well, get me in on the ground floor and let's go and spread the word of Shakeology." You meet thin people, it's never because they drank shakes. It's never like a fad. Some of it's you could do keto or a paleo or whatever. I'm going to do keto for as long as I can, but you don't do it forever. It's impossible. You can't do it forever. It doesn't work forever. Eventually you gotta tongue fuck a piece of sourdough. I don't even like sourdough. And now it looks good a little bit. I don't even like it. It's a yeasty bread. It's a dumb bread. People in California like it. The only good thing about it, you toast the fuck out of it, and you slather it with avocado and smoked salmon. Do a little avocado toast. Monday.com. Folks. Cheese off, where each of them recited a cheese. Schaub got like 3 cheeses in and then started repeating. And so do you want it's true. He said sharp cheddar twice. He was out. Theo was pretty good. Do you want to have a bread off right now?
Yeah.
One bread. Can you do it?
Yeah, I think I can do that.
I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how strong. I am so good on cheese. I don't know how good I am on bread.
No, I can only name like 5.
Shut up. Do you believe in yourself?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
What do you think Jan Richardson at Beachbody would say? She'd say, believe it. Okay. Bread off. Who has the advantage? The person who starts or the other person? Does it matter?
I don't think it matters.
Okay. Would you like to start or should I start?
I'll start. Rye.
Rye bread is your first.
Yes.
I'm going to try to say basic bitch ones that you know. Or should I just say really wild ones? I'm going to say basic bitch ones to try to knock you out fast. Wheat.
Pumpernickel.
Ooh, pretty good. My grandfather liked that. That was the one with caraway seeds, right?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not enjoying this out there, Shab's has 5 Ferraris, and that's what they do. So shut the fuck up. Brioche. Daddy.
White.
Okay. Sourdough. Ben, we're 4 in.
Whole grain.
I'm going to allow it because I think it is. I'll allow it. Okay? Challah, the Jewish bread that makes the thick French toast.
Ezekiel bread?
I will, yes.
Okay.
French bread.
Breadsticks.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
I'll allow it. Okay. I'm not thrilled with it, but I'll allow it. Ciabatta. Do you have breads up on the?
No, I don't. You could be making up breads. I don't even know if it's
I'm
real.
not making up ciabatta. They had it at Wendy's. Not making up.
The last one I have is, this one's not fair. Garlic knots.
First of all, what the fuck is wrong with you? There's more breads out there. I will accept garlic knots.
Okay.
I will. Now you're just saying things that are made of bread, but I'll accept it.
Okay.
I was gonna say like alla fungiasi, which is a great bread.
Oh wow.
Oh, it's so nice.
Okay.
They have it at Maria in New York City. My audience has been. No? Okay. By the way, if I sold out an arena and Stephen Paddock shot it up, he'd get a Congressional Medal of Freedom. And that's just judging by the comments that you people leave. Okay? Stephen Paddock would be running against Trump right now if he shot my audience. Kidding. We love each and every one. What was your last bread?
My last one was garlic knots, but my one this time
Now
is...
I'm gonna say alla fungiasi. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right.
Okay. I like the raisin bread that I get at the store. It has raisins in it.
You could say cinnamon raisin bread. I'll do that. Okay. I'm going to say. Now it's interesting. I was going to say a roll, like onion roll, but is that a bread? I don't know if that's a bread. So to keep it fair, but a ciabatta, yeah, I'm going to go with a marble rye.
Oh, fuck.
Woo! Fuck. Because it's a distinctly different bread.
Is that the one from the Seinfeld episode?
I think.
Damn it. Yeah. I should have thought of that one. I'm about to lose right here.
You're really not thinking. Think of countries. A lot of countries have breads. You're not thinking.
Damn it. Can I start naming the breads at Subway?
No. I mean, I guess. But I mean, it just doesn't seem... A Subway always smells like they're baking a sneaker in there. Why does the bread baking process smell like a sneaker that's been left out in the rain? What are they baking? Subway never smells good.
No.
It never even smells. That was one of the things we used to, when we did It's Cold and a Ton of Stone.
Mm-hmm.
We used to Subway with the thing we used to make fun of. We used to go, Subway, eat fresh with flies. Because there was always flies on like the white tomatoes. I'm going to give you one. Say Italian bread, dummy.
Is that one? I almost thought of that, but is that real?
Yes, dumb.
Okay, Italian bread.
Okay. You said Italian bread. Now, Ben has lost already because I've now given him.
Yeah.
So Ben has failed. But you've said Italian bread. I'm going to say, and this is not fair either. X. Now I'm starting to blank, and I don't know why I'm fucking blanking. There are other breads. There's other fucking breads out there. Why am I?
Oh, I got one. I back.
Hold on. Shut up. Shut up. You'll be back in the game when I tell you. So as a bread, I am going to say, semolina bread. I'm going to Google that to make sure that I'm not full of shit, but I'm pretty sure I'm not. Yep, semolina bread. Semolina bread. Semolina bread.
Okay. Potato bread.
Potato bread. Hold on. I know this is riveting content. You know? Shut up. Are you thinking of breads in your fucking car or wherever you listen to this shit? You should be. This has gotten hard. I shouldn't have given Ben a lifeline and got him back in because now he's pulling things out. I could easily say like cranberry, like the cranberry bread, the peasant bread. I'm going to say peasant bread, which is a legitimate bread. Okay. It's a genre of bread.
I'm going to go religious. Unleavened bread.
Unleavened bread, which is matzah.
I don't know. Did you say matzah already?
I didn't say matzah.
Okay.
Keto cloud bread. Damn it. Woo! The keto kid. All right, we'll stop this. But my point is that why are Theo and Schaub making trillions of dollars doing this? Cheese. They did a cheese off. We just did a bread off. Cheese is so much better. Mm-hmm. There are so many more cheese. You want to just go cheese real quick, rapid fire. Mozzarella.
American.
Cheddar.
Swiss.
Goat.
Shit. Buffalo. Damn
Buffalo is not a cheese.
Damn it. Blue.
Gruyere.
Gorgonzola.
Good. Roquefort.
Smoked cheddar.
There's 90 cheddars.
Oh, Munster cheese.
Stilton.
That was nice.
Yeah, Camembert. All right, we'll stop. Here's the point, folks. Realize the show is not big enough because I don't have contempt for you as an audience enough. And I've tried to entertain you. What I believe I should start doing is nothing and have contempt for you as an audience and sit here and instead of giving you unique and funny insights on the world, just start to do garbage. Just start to do boring, like, let's pass the time shit. Like that you would talk to, your buddies at a sleepover when you were in like 11th grade. You go like, hey, Ben, if you could live anywhere in the world, where would it be? I do love Theo and Brendan, and I would like to go on King Instinct. Do they have guests?
I don't think so.
Well, we're going to change that because you know what? I've had enough of the nose. I've had enough of the doors slamming in my fucking face. I'm a keto kid, and I'll get on that fucking show. A couple of pods I need to do. What happened with Your Mom's House? Here's what happened. They had me on Drew again. I was in Cincinnati. I'm like, my flight is not going to get back in time. It's going to chance it. Traffic's a fucking nightmare. I'm like, I can't do Drew. So they're like, we'll get you on again. I think that might be it. Yeah. They've had like 97 people on Your Mom's House since I've come out here. That's okay. That's okay. We're independent. We don't need it. We work for Shakeology. Are you depressed, sad, fat? Well, have we got news for you. Wait, are you doing good? No. This is not for you. Do you want to live and do you enjoy life? Well, then our product is not for you. Our product is for people with postpartum depression who are thinking of sticking their head in an oven. That's who our product is for. That's probably who this podcast is for, too. Maybe not. There are some people that enjoy this that are, I see them, I meet them at shows, and they're like, young professionals, and they're good looking. And then there are the others. The ones who dwell in darkness. What did I want to say before we get out of here? I don't know if I'm doing that double-decker tour bus around Manhattan show in November. I don't know. I'm still deciding. I may not do it. I'm not doing it as part of the New York Comedy Festival because I'm on tour with Kreischer, with Bert. So I am not doing that. And I don't know if I'm going to do it later in the month. It's very possible that I do it later in the month. It's possible that I don't. I still have to make that decision. It's a lot to do. It's a lot to get out there. Not to fly out there, but the bus rental, there's a lot. The whole thing, the weather, the this, the that, insurance, the money, the this. I do like it. I almost kind of want to do it one more time to just wrap it up and say goodbye. I may. I'm still deciding. I know many of you have reached out. You want to go on it. It's a unique experience. No one will ever do it. I mean, it's truly cool, and I like it. It's a lot of fun. I don't know if I'm going to do it, but I might. As always, live dates. Okay? I want you fuckers to come buy some tickets, tag your friends. This is like Shakeology. Side Splitters in Tampa, October 17th through the 20th. Hyenas, Fort Worth, Texas, November 14th through the 16th. Vermont Comedy Club, November 21st through the 23rd. Stress Factory, I'm going off keto in Vermont. I'll tell you that much. When I go to Vermont, I just drink maple syrup. Stress Factory, and it's not even good. It's like the sugar syrup is better. The Aunt Jemima is better. The corn syrup's better, but whatever. But it's fun to have the. Stress Factory, Bridgeport, December 5th through the 7th in Connecticut. Comedy Connection, Providence, Rhode Island, December 13th and 14th. Magoobies, Timonium, Maryland. God, I love Magoobies, but that town is not fun. It's a rest stop that became a town. January 9th through the 11th. I'm having a crab cake there. Zany's, Chicago, February 5th through the 8th. This is a long run. 5th, 6th. She's still going? Oh my God, she's singing now.
What is she singing?
I don't know. Let's sing with her. I keep it juicy, juicy. I eat that lunch. He like the booty. He like it plump. Got it juicy, juicy. Ma. If you can see it from the front, you're going to see it from the back. I put my true religion, mama. I put my ass in your face now. Come out, Zanies in Chicago. House of Comedy, Bloomington, Minnesota, April 9th through the 11th. House of Comedy, Phoenix, Arizona, May 7th through the 9th. Comic Strip, Edmonton, June 18th through the 20th. And the big one, I'm announcing this. This is the big one. Headlining Caroline's Comedy Club in New York City, March 12th through March 14th. 5 shows, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, March 12th through the 14th, Caroline's in New York City. It's going to be a big show. I'm going to fucking get great people to open for me. I'm going to put great guest spots on that show, man. It's going to be fucking killer. That show, I can promise you, is going to be great. So those are the live dates. They are all on Instagram. They're all on timdillonComedy.com with links to ticket pages. I'm also coming to Edmonton. I think I said that. Comic Strip in Edmonton, Canada. Edmonton, Alberta, June 18th through the 20th. So I'm out there on the road. Get tickets. Show's a lot of fun. I have new 45 minutes of material. And I also, you know me, I fucking talk about all kinds of shit on stage. It's not only material, trust me. To the, to the consternation of some of my representatives. They're like, we really can't submit this tape where you just go off about the Illuminati for 10 minutes. I'm like, but the audience is laughing. They're like, yeah, but you're directly referencing networks. And I'm like, this isn't. I'm like, well, yeah, I understand that. I think in one tape I submitted, I said carpool karaoke would only be funny if they get into an accident. So they were like, yeah, we shouldn't really submit this. And you said Jimmy Fallon was chained to his desk so he didn't bite someone's tit. I'm like, is that not how that show works? I mean, I imagine that's how that show works. He's injected with things, and then he's chained to the desk. Am I wrong? Is that not how late night television works? Is he doing this of his own free will? I mean, I know he's making money, but after a while. Guess who's on Found tonight? Billie Eilish, our girl with a leg brace. I wonder what happened. Billie. Did you trip at Bohemian Grove? I know she's not a saint. She's probably just fucking boring. Or maybe she is. What the fuck do I know? I don't care anymore. Nobody's giving me anything. The fuck am I protecting? I'd sit down with her if she bought me lunch. She's got to buy me lunch. Bitches in arenas. I'm hawking CBD. Sit down. Explain to me why you're good. Explain to me why this is good. I'm Billie. You want me to be Billie? I'm going to be Billie Eilish right now. Okay, everybody ready? I am sad, but you high. I don't know why you are. Yeah, I wanna sacrifice a baby. Defiling innocence is the highest sacrament in the religion I am in. Ha, 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 ha. Death. That's Billie. And, you know, what are you going to do? We're going to have a lot of fun if you come out to the shows. And the Patreon episodes, patreon.com, the Tim Dillon Show. We got a lot going on. We're going to get some guests on the page. We're not really doing a ton of guests on the main program. We'll do the big guys. We'll do like Coco Diaz and stuff. But we're not doing like, you know, people that are not worthy of getting this time because we have a lot of fun with this time. But on Patreon, we're going to do some guests, some maybe deeper interviews with people. So if you're interested in that stuff, Patreon, $5 a month is the way to do it. $20, you could be a Rothschild member. We appreciate that. Longer versions of the videos we did. Fun video we did that video that we did, I think it's at 116,000 or something views on Twitter. If you see those things and you can share them, it's great if you do. If you're in a position where you can't for whatever reason, they're too whatever, then fine. Then create an alt account and share them from there. Okay? But it's good, you know, because I'm not waiting for blue check mark people to share the videos. But they are funny, man. It's a type of comedy. There's not a lot of people doing what we're doing out there. There's not. And I'm not saying that to be like, wow. And by the way, that shocks me because what we're doing isn't that big of a deal. Mm-hmm. And it shocks me that more people don't put together. But I think a lot of people just maybe are afraid of rubbing people the wrong way about doing some of these things. But there are some people that are doing funny sketches. Joe Quazala does funny sketches. Megan Stalter does funny sketches. Connor O'Malley does funny. They're all funny. And all those people might hate my guts. I don't care. But I think their sketches are good. You know? They probably think I'm like David Duke, you know, because I think Shane Gillis shouldn't be roasted in the town square. But maybe I don't know how they feel about it. I'm just saying those are three very funny people. It's not my business how everyone feels. I don't care. None of it matters. My uncle lived in Ridgewood, New Jersey, had a great cheese place, and there was a great fish cheese spread. If the guy making that spread was a Nazi, I don't care. And that's a bad example because Shane's not a Nazi, and SNL is nowhere near as good as that fish spread. But do you get what I'm saying? I don't care what you believe in your home. The reason we have the country set up the way it does is to crush your beliefs anyway. Get the word out. To fuck up. The only word that's getting out in this goddamn country is about Beachbody.com and Shakeology. Goodbye.
There is the theory of the Mobius, a twist in the fabric of space where time becomes a loop, 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 where time becomes 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 where time becomes loop 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 where time becomes loop.
Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped clock gives the right time twice a day. Even a stopped